Hi guys, I'm back. It's 4:58 p.m. on a Tuesday, 5:26, and I have installed my brand new television and got it all put on the hanger and all this stuff. And while I'm annoyed that it is 60 frame or sorry, it is 60 hertz. I'm annoyed that they sent me the wrong hertz monitor. I don't really care. I think 60 hertz is good enough on this huge TV. It's fine. I'm annoyed by that though. I feel ripped off. I need some water. I'm gonna go get some. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh. Okay. Testing it. It looks like 120 hertz to me. It doesn't look any different. It looks like 120. You can't really tell. I'm just okay with a brand new television. I'm okay that it's 60 hertz. Honestly, it was so much hassle to get it in here, and the old one was such a hassle that it kept dimming. And honestly, I think 60 hertz has a better chance of lasting a longer time. I have a 244 hertz monitor sitting here. I could switch games to that monitor if I wanted to. I have the option. Now you say talk to her though. I don't know. Capsuleer Day extended, which is good. No, I'm getting like 70 frames, so I think it's just like I don't think it matters. I'm gonna go drop out and look at my NVIDIA settings. Oh, I need to open my client. Oops. 300% seems a little kind of like a lot. Yeah, I think that's like better. Okay. Okay. Let's go out there. Oh, I'm sorry. I had the sound muted. There we go. I fixed it. Bit of technical difficulties today. Sorry. Just got a new TV. TV looks good. It looks better than the other TV. This TV looks good. It looks better than the other TV. Excuse me. Traffic stop. Traffic stop. Okay. Well. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna go check this out. Settings. Gameplay. Custom. 3840 by 2160, 120 FPS. Good. And yep. BRB. Hello. Hello. Yes. I can talk. Yeah. Yes. Okay, we're good. See, it doesn't matter. They can uncap in GeForce Now, so it doesn't really bother me. I actually don't mind 60 FPS because or 60 hertz because the TV will last longer and I can't tell the difference. Like right now I can't tell. It's getting 60 65, which is about right for me. Um, let's look at the age and see. Yeah, we're unmuted, right? Check, 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 check. Yep, we are unmuted here. Forgot that I was muted. What resolution is this in? 2560. I was like, what the hell? No. Yes. Sobaseki. Defense grid, war grid. Did they add battle cruiser war grid sites to the Capsuleer Day event in Eve today? War grids. Warpath war grid, huh? Go to Sobaseki, I guess.
Drive active.
That's odd. Did my sound changed? Yes, you took my... Oh, I restarted, right.
Warp drive active.
I can't tell the difference between 60 and 120, and that's what matters to me. Actually seems better, kind of. Can't do these, huh? Okay. Okay, so I don't want you in 5K because it lags a little bit. QHD might be better. I don't know. No, we'll try 4K, 100 megabytes.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Okay, I ducked up just to go look around. I love my life. Brand new TV through insurance. I didn't even have to pay for it. The old TV, I think I'm going to put up in the house because it's such a good TV. There's like really no reason not to.
Thumb drive active.
Oh, 57 by 3240. Oh, wow.
Connecting.
There, this looks much better. Doesn't look all grainy and pixelated. I caught a strike today for running Como News. Starfield, Eye of the Storm mission. Install the comm spike. Where do I go? What do I do? I can't really tell the difference. I think it is actually in a really high frame. hurts so bad. Look, I skipped 5000M like that. Actually, it's really cool. Well, am I out? Yeah. My wrist is starting to really hurt. I just took 4 Okay, I'm gonna fix my pillows here. Oh, my broken arm. My broken arm. Need to get something to drink. Okay, I will have some ice. Oh, I was going to get some juice. Juice. Okay. Yeah, it looks good. This one fucked up.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I think that was interfering with me, actually. It's like hurting my arm. Cool. This is one of the cooler places I've ever seen in this game. Oh. Complex Alpha. Okay, complex alpha, complex beta, complex gamma. Okay.
Warp drive active.
Warp to the gamma.
Warp drive active.
This is the first time I've ran this site, and it doesn't seem so bad for, like, so far. Oh, it's like a 3-room thing. Oh, okay. Is it a rogue drone? If it's a rogue drone, maybe I'll get rep. I love seeing my hand missiles hit him. Looks awesome. These volleys of my hand missiles slamming into him. I love Eve. It's now as fascinating to me to watch as Final Fantasy XI is. Just watching someone auto swing for 15 minutes. That's kind of what this is. I'm like, just auto swing. Oh, I'm kind of low health here. I better kill him. Oh. I don't have my afterburner on, or I'm not moving. Move, orbit. Oh god, I was not orbiting, and that might actually cost me. Oh god, I don't want to lose this ship. I mean, I could lose 8 million. I could warp core stab and align. Oh god, maybe I should. Align to the first station. Okay. I don't know, I'm gonna kill him. I think. Warp core stab. Duck.
Warp drive active.
Aha, I didn't die. The warp core stab was fucking worth it. It was worth it. Yeah, save this 100 million ship. Yeah, I've been doing this too long. Yeah, I'm losing that fucking ship. Fucking annoying. I forgot to orbit, and that damn near cost me. That was close. It was close. I'm like right to where I almost damn near got popped. So.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
This place is awesome. Oh. Oh. Get out of my way. Ooh, Revenant legendary rifle. I think this is a really good rifle. Oh, it is, yeah. This thing is fucking sweet. It's better than this bulldog, unfortunately. Double what that bulldog is. Yeah, this is a good weapon. This is the end of the pirate thing. I'm about to get my achievement, I think, actually. This is like the best weapon in the game for beating the pirate faction, which is cool. Doing some RP, are they? Okay, well, save. Oops. Save. The brightness on this TV is better. Like, way better. I had a bug last time I was here, where it wouldn't let me loot his possessions. Not stand there. Okay, go back out. Oh, somebody else finished that, I guess. And I lost my drones. Son of a bitch, I should have, like, marked them. Fuck. Somebody else finished that while I was, like, parked up. God damn it. I think. Well, I guess I would move on, try to do other war grids, I guess, to see maybe if I can get those done. Oh, wow. Maybe I'm gonna make some more money, which is good. Ooh, 75,000 skill points, cool. Plus my drones. Fucking annoying. my other mouse is being jostled. I'll be right back. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. Got this nice gun.
Hard drive active. Hard drive active.
There's a rattlesnake here with salvage drone structure.
Hard drive active. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Super Metroid. They're doing like a Super Metroid thing, which I love. It is way better in 3D. It's way, way better than Super Metroid. Escape the dying ship, you know? Fucking sweet.
Autopilot jumping.
Yeah, mission successful. I did it. I did it. Hi, sissy. How are you, baby? You want some lap? Yeah, you want yourself some lap? What about a pad? You want some pad? Yeah, you can sit on the pad. That's a dope ass pad. Hi. My lovely kitty. I'm so happy with you. Hi, pretty kitty. Yeah, that is the end of the pirate thing. I'm thinking about switching to my 244 hertz monitor. Hi. Oh, the sweet kitty. Sweet little kitty. Yeah, she's a sweet little kitty. My cat's happy that I brought her to the vet. She knows in some way that I tried to help her. Yeah, I tried to help you, didn't I, kitty? Huh? Well, I wanted to make sure you're okay. So I loved you, and I took you to the vet. She's happy about that. She's like, you took care of me, master. Like, yes, I did. Sivala Enamni Warbin. She's happy. Yeah, you a little bit happier than you've been, kitty. That's good. Yeah, she said yes I am. That's good. As we give you more stuff, it'll help you feel better. Hopefully. Maybe if I crack him, it won't be so bad. like getting ready for a fight. I'm done. Oh yeah, I'm leaving. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna crack this guy before he kills me. My ship seems to be holding on. If I take some drastic turn for the worse, but this thing's shield tanks pretty fucking well, actually. I could overheat the hardeners, but it's like, I don't really care. When I pop, I guess he doesn't have the damage to actually pop me. I've just enough. And it just sort of hovers and yeah, it popped to me. Wasn't able to do it. It's interesting, but I do need to get on the main one right away. nice, man. Oh. kitty. Containers at max capacity. I'll have to sell some resources, guys. Or no, you know what I can do? Wait, can I tell it? Can I tell it to autopilot us to the key? Would that be work? And then I can just produce stuff. Yes, I can. Let's go. I can get up and I can like fly to this thing. In the meantime, I will produce drugs. Lots of drugs, lots of amp. Before I do anything else, though, I should actually worry about this gun. This cute little kitty. I love this cute little kitty. She's the bee's knees. Spread nozzle, focus nozzle. Shotgun like spread is cool. Burst fire is good. Oh my god, that makes it even better. Increases damage done, I see. Fire rate. This one's locked. Contacts incoming. What does that mean? Dope as fuck. I just want to watch the battle for a bit. I don't think I got this one. I didn't kill them in time. music's really bad. Just gonna get rid of it now. So did I get this? No, I think it just ended and I didn't get anything. I'll try again, I guess. I wasn't paying attention because like all this storyline mission quests came through. It's fucking annoying. There's like 4 left. Yeah, this was a good fight. I'm gonna sleep for 24 hours and get an XP buff and then go loot all this. It's gonna take some time. Probably like half an hour or something. Which is weird for a single player game, but it's got such a, you know, simmy, you know, thing going on that I actually don't mind that sort of work. Now, I need to check and see if I'm getting any sort of rep at all, and I don't think so. It's so annoying. I can't get this rep. It's so fucking annoying. Oops, went too far. Income, no derived changes at all. I really don't know. What did I do yesterday? It must have been the drones? I don't know. I could just go out there. Let's go back to Jita. Oh, cool. All my stuff is gone. Yeah, because I slept out. Save. I have to pee. I'll be right back. That was a good run. Got a lot of ships killed. It's time for family dinner. Hello? Hey. Okay, I'll be right there. Okay. 7:15. I don't have to do shit to go up there. I didn't have to scoop the bus. It's all done. Which is good. Gotta go to family dinner, but not for 15 minutes. I'm gonna spend that looting, I guess. Oh, I can't fit like anything else. I'm just gonna finish this mission up. My 2 days transport traders to Deimos, yeah. I will come back. I will sell things and like deal with stuff before I go back. Because I'm full. I'm not totally full, but I'm kind of full. I've been doing this mission for so long, I'm full. I think I would like to send her back to Jita, actually. I'm going to send her back to Jita and to send them both out to faction warfare. Defensives. Let's go through Udam again, which sucks. I brought these poor traders on like an intergalactic battle that they didn't want to be in. But I mean, I'm the transporter. I can do what I want. God, that was funny. Right on, and this is where we'll stop and turn on the music. Looks good on my new TV. I don't really care about 120 frames because it's like the GeForce Now will put it in the higher frames. Tempted to put it in 1440p, I think, actually, because the frames are best on that. The graphics are so good on 4K, I don't really want to lose it. Right. Do you have like a ship services person? Victory Hall. Oh, no bounty, huh? Now I've got to go to, like, I guess, Wolf. So we'll stop here for family dinner. I'll send the ship back to Jita. Maybe they kill me. I don't know. I don't care. Or, well, I could fast jump through Uedama and then, I'm gonna fast jump the last 2 jumps while I do other stuff. Starborn Guardian. know it's a camp. Pray. Ugh. They didn't do anything. Okay, I'm gonna stop for family dinner here. Gotta go to Wolf and Cell. Okay, guys, you've been watching Skycat Live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click on the cast face to donate. It's a PayPal link. Come to my Twitch or my YouTube. Give me a like, sub, or a follow. I have many thousands of videos on my YouTube channel, which is reflected here. Caught a strike today. And anyways, love you guys. Thank you so much, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye. Or not, sorry, not tomorrow. I will see you in... I'm sorry, I'm not closing out. I will be back here in like an hour to an hour and a half. I love you guys. See you in about an hour to an hour and a half. Bye. Okay, going live. What do I feel like playing? Could play some Borderlands 4, but I'm not in the mood. I will play some Starfield and get it out of my system. Drawing capillary fluid and rockets and sort by price and sort. Hi, beautiful kitty. We love you so much. Yes, we do. We love this kitty. We love her so much. Oh. Yeah, you good kitty? Yeah. Hope you feel better. Yeah, starting to feel better. In a couple of days, you'll feel right as rain, which is good. I left my bathroom light on. I'm gonna go fix it. I also would like something to drink, I think. God, I love the soundtrack to this game. Hi guys, I love you. What's up? I'm doing so well.
Approaching
Had a long
Stardate.
dinner tonight. We watched a movie about Southern hospitality. It was a documentary about Southern hospitality. Twitch, channel content. I'm gonna go back to the main page and drag. Hi, kitty. You want some lap? Oh, I'm gonna take my socks off first. Hold on, just a second. Hold on.
Autopilot jumping.
There we go. Okay, kitty, get some lap. Oh, my beautiful kid. You come see me?
Warping to Stargate.
Come see me?
Warp drive active.
Oh.
Have you ever heard this song? Or seen one of these? Seen videos like this? Have you watched a group of white comedians make jokes at black expense? Yeah. Then you have seen minstrelsy and its remnants that remain today. But what actually is minstrelsy and a minstrel show? Where did it come from? Why is it so bad? Are they still around today? These questions and many more will be answered in this video.
Thank you.
Before we get into the modern versions of minstrel shows, we must go backwards. Back to when original minstrel shows were created. History. The minstrel show, also called minstrelsy, was an American form of theater developed in the 1700s. The shows were originally performed by white actors in blackface. They would use burnt cork or shoe polish to turn their skin brown, trying to look more black, you know? Then they would do musical songs and dances portraying racist stereotypes of black Americans. Minstrel shows stereotyped black Americans as dim-witted, hungry, lazy, buffoonish, greedy, cowardly, superstitious, and happy-go-lucky.
Well, why don't you get a job and go to work? You almost had me a job this morning. Where? I went down to the post office and asked that man, could he let me have one of them jobs as a letter toter? No, Cotton, you mean a mail carrier.
Remember, all my references will be linked in the description below. The history of blackface in minstrel shows goes back so far that even Frederick Douglass commented on it. He said, and I quote, "Blackface performers are the filthy scum of white society, who have stolen from us a complexion denied to them by nature, in which to make money and pander to the corrupt taste of their white fellow citizens." Bars. He is allowed to have a podcast. By the 1800s, minstrel shows were the most popular form of entertainment in the United States. It was actually the first ever uniquely American form of performance. Prior to this, all of our art was very derivative and taken from other countries. But this was ours. This was American. And I think it says a lot about us, as Americans, in the state of entertainment, that the first form of uniquely American entertainment was mocking black people. Two white people who were watching these minstrel shows, it was their first and only way to get a glimpse of the real Negro experience. What they were actually like. They would never have an actual conversation with a black person. No. But they felt like it was nice to know what they're up to. And according to minstrel shows, it was a lot of nothing. Minstrel shows directly impacted and still impact how white society sees black Americans. You guys know the joke, "Why did the chicken cross the road?" This joke is a derivative from a minstrel show. As a kid, when I'd hear that joke, it made zero sense to me. I didn't really understand what the point was. But the whole point of the joke is that it's not supposed to make sense. It's a joke that only somebody so stupid and lacking of wit could come up with. And that's why these jokes were used in minstrel shows. According to them, only an African American could come up with that joke. Even though America had very clear biases towards black people at the time, and currently, there was a stereotype of the grinning Negro, the black person who was just happy to be there. This is where we get figures like Aunt Jemima, Uncle Ben. When PepsiCo discontinued Aunt Jemima, there was outrage. People assumed Aunt Jemima was a real person and her family was distraught that they were removing her from the packaging. Aunt Jemima is a minstrel character. This is how pervasive this issue is. You can't even eat breakfast without being reminded of our history of mockery. Not only that, but there are very few forms of entertainment in our country that did not start with the mockery of black people or people of color.
You're a slave. I'm coming, Master Elmer. Tote that barge, lift that bale. Yes, sir. What do you say, chum? What do you say? Don't beat me, Master. Don't beat me. Don't whip this poor old body. No.
It was Daffy Duck being incredibly racist.
this I hear about you whipping slaves.
Yeah.
my
As bad as
God.
this is, there is so much worse. Like, did you know the design for Mickey Mouse is designed after a minstrel character? This is not just speculation. When Mickey Mouse was created, this is the type of entertainment that was popular at the time. Many black-faced minstrel performers wore white gloves while performing. This added more contrast between them, their dark skin, and their hands.
Docking permission
Made them pop a
requested.
little, you know? Also, it's hard to
Docking
paint your hands,
permission
so that's why they wore
requested.
the white
Docking
gloves.
request
You know
accepted.
clowns? Look at an American clown next to a minstrel show performer. Do we see any
Autopilot
similarities?
disabled.
American clown
Waypoint
makeup is also
changed.
directly related to minstrel shows. So many of the lullabies and sayings we grew up with are also deeply rooted in our racist minstrel past. A commonly known one is "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by his toe. If it hollers, let him go." But some of you might not know, the original song was "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a by his toe. If he hollers," and so on and so on. Or you know that song, 10 little monkeys jumping on the bed, one fell off and bumped his head. Mama called the doctor, and the doctor said, "No more monkeys jumping on the bed." Y'all know that song? What if I told you the original lyrics were a lot more sinister? The original song was called 10 Little, and it was a violent song about them dying off one by one. Not so fun anymore, is it? There are just so many examples of this. Last one, the ice cream truck song, still used to this day. It has its roots in a minstrel character named Zip Coon. And the original title of the melody that you hear today often is "Love a watermelon, ha ha ha." Does that make you want ice cream?
Pick up the baby when we have another spoon, and it's nothing like the watermelon for the hungry fool. We love a watermelon, ha ha ha.
Speaking of Zip Coons, they were a huge part of minstrel performance. A Zip Coon is a caricature of a free black man in the North, one who tries to fit into white society but fails miserably and comedically. He dresses extravagantly, tries to have intellectual conversations, but always misses the mark because he's black, and that's the joke. He would use big words, but everything he said came out as nonsensical.
My friends, it is indeed a financial pleasure to have so many of you resemble here today on this suspicious occasion. Now, we have resembled here to elect a new mayor. But before I proceed any further, I must tell you that the treasurer of our club is missing.
My God, this is racist.
Yes, he's
There's
gone.
so many different ways.
He is 5 feet 11 and a half inches tall, and he is $69.80 short. But before we go on any further, we're going to pass up the hat in a few moments to take up that amount.
The idea being that a black person couldn't possibly be smart enough to fit into white society. The polar opposite of Zip Coon is Jim Crow. Jim Crow is a minstrel character who dressed up in rags and sang songs about working in the field. Now, the name Jim Crow might sound very familiar to you because of Jim Crow laws in the 1870s. This was the law mandating segregation, mandating that black and white people have separate but equal things. We all saw how that turned out. There's a misconception that Jim Crow was named after the law. No, the law was named after a blackface, racist character. A character that perpetuated the stereotype that black people are stupid, lazy, and that all that black people want to do all day is sing and dance. Black joy has been something under attack for a very long time. We still see it. We see it all the time. Black people have our own culture. The cookout, dancing, parties, things that for some reason whiteness sees as a threat, or ghetto and ratchet. Let's say, according to the stereotype, black people did enjoy just singing and dancing all the time. Why is that a problem? Why is that something to be made a mockery of? Why was that such a problem that was a key part of minstrel show characters? The thought of people having community and joy is a laughing matter, something to be made a mockery. My question to you is, why do you think black joy has been such a problem in this country? People calling the cops on black families having cookouts, people hating black dance. There literally used to be laws against showing black women's hair in public after they started doing like more extravagant styles that brought them joy. Some of the biggest names in entertainment got their start doing blackface in minstrel shows or did them at some point in their career. Shirley Temple, Fred Astaire, and Judy Garland, just to name a few. William Henry Lane was the first black performer to ever perform in a minstrel show. He was a great dancer, and this was his only route to becoming an entertainer. For all black performers, this was the only route to become an actual entertainer and to get into wealth via those means, making a mockery of their own race and racial stereotypes for money. But again, it was literally the only way. For many white people, seeing a black person perform and participate in these minstrel shows not only gave them confirmation that what they were seeing was an accurate portrayal of black life, but also that it was okay. These black performers would tell audiences they were just ordinary ex-slaves doing what came naturally to them, being pickaninnies, mammies, and zip-coons. Eventually, black minstrel show performers became the expert on this topic, leading white minstrel performers to then come off as inauthentic. People wanted to see black performers performing minstrelsy. Then boom, black performers pushed their way into mainstream entertainment. And this push allowed two men, Burt Williams and George Walker, to find each other. And they created a two-man act called Two Real Coons. And this was such a success that eventually they were able to break off and create their own minstrel troupe. They hired as many black performers as possible. They made it their mission to improve the working conditions of black performers and would add political commentary into their routines. They even changed the type of music that was being performed. Originally, what was being performed were what was called coon songs. And these songs just demeaned black people. But Walker and Williams, they wanted to show that you could talk and even make jokes about black people without resorting to the lowest blow possible or being overtly racist. This paved the way for people like the Higher Sisters to become popular. They were a duo that was raised in entertainment from very young. They had angelic voices and became the first ever black women to succeed nationwide as a touring act. People started to not care about their race and more about their talent. But minstrel shows were still around, and more black people felt like they had to participate in these minstrel shows to advance their careers. The first black woman to ever get an Oscar in 1939 was named Haiti McDaniel, and her roots were in minstrel performing. If it wasn't for these original minstrel performers, I would not be here today. Around the 1950s, minstrel shows started disappearing. The civil rights movement was here, and black people were finally able to speak our truth. We are not a joke. We are not zip-coons, pickaninnies, mammies. We are individual people completely capable of our own thoughts and feelings. Thus, this ended the minstrel show era. But if it's over, why do we still have things like this? Dunkin' Donuts doing blackface. Famous actors doing blackface. Black actors being forced to play these stereotypes in media. When something ends, that does not mean it just goes away. It still happened. Blackface in minstrel performance is embedded in the culture of America. The mockery of black suffering is embedded in the root of entertainment. You cannot talk about American entertainment without talking about minstrel shows, because that was the start. Even though it is not socially acceptable to do minstrel shows, that doesn't mean people were suddenly like, you know what, you're right, I suddenly care about how black people feel. No! People were still singing songs of their favorite minstrel show. The stereotypes that these shows created still existed and were passed down from generation to generation, which brings us to today. We as a people, as a society, have come so far. It's really easy for us to forget about our past and our history. It's easy to pretend that it didn't happen and didn't shape our society. But the truth is, for many actors of color, they still have to be a minstrel-like caricature of themselves to succeed in entertainment. Not only that, minstrel shows still exist, but now, the white minstrels who are performing these shows are not in blackface. But the central idea is the same and very clear. We are gonna make fun of you and laugh at you because you're black. There are so many examples I want to get into, but the one that is on the forefront of my mind, and I'm assuming yours too, is the Kevin Hart roast. I think this is a perfect example of not only black performers being forced into the
I'm going to faction warfare. Oh, wait, you have the wrong mission. Oh, you put me on the wrong mission, damn it. Fucking dumb. Okay, today we're going to probably... We'll go there. Count there, yeah. Eve Online. Where is the shipcaster for Caldari? Anamon, that's right. So we go into Anamon.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Nice, that's perfect. I like that you can jump like distances now. That's dope. Oh, no, you didn't do it. Oh, never mind. Moonchild.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Getting back here sucked.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Wait, what? Why am I in a fucking... Oh my god. I'm just gonna detonate. Fuck it, it's faster.
Approaching Stargate.
Just detonate. And I'll get my ship and come back. Fucking dumb. Okay.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Happy-go-lucky Uncle Tom persona in order not to be ostracized from white society and these white spaces, but also a great example of white performers using minstrel humor in 2026 to normalize the demeaning of black people. I'm going to play a few clips from the roast, and hopefully the copyright gods are in my favor today. If they are not, then this next scene will be me explaining the jokes to you.
And they're going to be up here saying a lot of racist, terrible things tonight. But, yeah, you guys like that? Kevin is so short.
Approaching Stargate.
Kevin's so short that they're going to have to lynch him from a bonsai tree.
Wow.
Your extremely white host, Shane Gillis. White host. Big applause. All right. I'd just like to thank Netflix for choosing me to host this celebration of black excellence. Look, I'm not saying there's a lot of black people here tonight, but backstage, a production assistant asked me what color drank I want in my dressing room.
Autopilot jumping.
Chose purple. Being 5'1" sucks, but at least you can tell them apart from all the other blacks. Yeah, they told me to be racist. I don't... When you see Kevin stand next to all his normal-sized black friends, he looks like the period at the end of a sentence. Yes. To really understand Kevin's origins, you have to go back to the beginning. Kevin's ancestors came to America in a slave ship in a bottle. Give it go for Lizzo.
Wow.
I'd really love to make fun of her, but I met her earlier this week, and she's actually pretty cool. Who would have thought that? But anyway, actually, I'd still like to do it. Go back. Lizzo looks like the final boss of a Red Lobster video game. People keep saying Lizzo's washed up, but I believe the correct term is beached.
Oh my God.
Nice flute, you fat. We're having fun.
Now, I have a few questions. Do you think it's possible to be funny and make jokes about a person without making fun of their race? I personally think it's possible, but race jokes are easy, I understand. They take no thought. After slapstick, in my opinion, race jokes are the lowest form of comedy. Shane Gillis said they told him to be racist. Netflix told him to be racist. And I guess he just couldn't say no, and he had to do it. He had to be racist. Interesting. I'm not gonna dive into every single joke and why it's bad because I think it's pretty obvious, but I wanted to explore people's reactions to these jokes. The examples I showed were Kevin Hart and Lizzo being made fun of. Now, they had two options. Laugh along with the joke or get laughed at. Because people were gonna laugh at the jokes anyway, it depends. Do you want to be a part of the joke and laughing along with them, or the one getting laughed at because the joke upset you? In the entertainment industry, black people are forced into this Uncle Tom role to be accepted. For those who don't know, Uncle Tom is a black person who really wants approval from white people. Because if at any point Kevin Hart had stopped this roast and been like, hey, that's too much, that's too far, people would have came for him, calling him sensitive, saying all black people are like this, they make everything about race and take everything so personally. It's just a joke. But what about this isn't personal? To mock somebody for something that used to get them whipped and beaten, their skin tone. And I just also don't like that they're laughing so hard that the jokes are actually funny. Like Kevin's like, when the joke wasn't even that funny, it wasn't even that good. All the people in the audience who laugh and cheer on this behavior are complicit. You have now co-signed these jokes. Maybe Kevin can handle jokes like this, but what about the young edgelords who see this roast and are like, hey, wait, so I can make fun of black people? And it's not just a what if. When humor like this was at its peak again in like the 2000s, 2010s, it made my youth ass. I was in mainly honors and AP classes growing up, and because of systemic issues at play, I was often the only black person in those rooms, or one of few. I've experienced, as a joke, being told I look like a monkey, that I smell like a black person. Had people I thought were my friends call me the N-word. Had teachers say the N-word right in front of me. There has been no part of my life not touched by racism. So when overtly or covertly racist content is plastered on my For You page where I'm scrolling and I see people on stage making fun of black people in front of an audience of white people, it makes me sad to think of the young black people who I know will have to pay the consequence of this content, the bullying, the jokes. And when this happens, they have two choices: to laugh along or to stand up for themselves. And it's hard to do the latter when you know it means that you will be ostracized. In my opinion, this whole roast was a minstrel show. A white performer mocking black people for money and the entertainment of a white audience. Black performers being complicit in this minstrel show because it's their only way to make it. Black performers have been forced to play minstrel-like characters even after minstrel shows ended. In TV, think about people like Crazy Eyes from Orange is the New Black. Even as far as TikTok, online, pages like this one, Yuddy TV, a TikToker who started posting videos dancing that got barely any traction to then making minstrel-esque content. You might be like, AJ, you can't just accuse somebody of making minstrel content.
Cut it. Cut it.
That is so much food. What is that? Is that like for some party?
Y'all ain't never had your chicken, McLicken.
A lot of black people online have learned that the only way to be successful is to be made a mockery. Because in videos like this, there is no joke being told. He is the joke. Now, people can do whatever they want. They have free will. But content like this is a great example of modern day minstrelsy. And the performers are black people. Just like how previously black people had to participate in the mockery of their own race in order to get into entertainment, some are still doing it now. There are so many parallels, and the stereotypes being pushed are the same. Black people hungry, like food a lot, do nothing but be silly and eat. Black folks love chicken, love watermelon. For this young man and many other minstrel performers, this seems like his only means to getting relevancy. His content that is not like this greatly underperforms. We live in a society that was built on berating and making fun of black people. That is literally the foundation of comedy in this country. So this is no surprise to me that content like that is more popular than people being authentically themselves. Same goes for creators like this, Big Groove, who again, his whole shtick is big black guy who eats food and dances. Sound familiar? Is like this, Big Groove, who again, his whole shtick is big black guy.
39 followers. Why are we paying attention to 39 followers? That's like dude has a Saturday morning picnic or whatever. So dumb.
Guy who eats food and dances. Sound
I've got more than that. Come on.
familiar?
Oh my god. This crazy racist, like self-racist stuff. Just insane. Where did my pen go? I don't know. Oh, there it is. That's it. I want to take my pants off and turn my lights out. That sounds good. Okay.
And of course, because one black
What?
person gets popular doing it, there are copycats.
You don't put honey on your chicken, you twipping.
Now, I know some people are going to disagree with me and tell me that these examples are not remnants of minstrelsy, but argue with your mother, not me. In my opinion, another clear-cut
Argue with
example
your mother,
was
not
the issue
me.
that happened at UCB a few years ago. They hosted
So I am now comparing 4K to 1440p to 5K, etc. I didn't like 5K because it makes it look really pixelated, and I'm not sure I like 4K and GeForce Now because the frames aren't that good. Look at the graphics here. Did I turn down? Because I don't really want to turn down. I did, but I don't want to turn down. I just want to go all dynamic resolution, render resolution scale should be on. Oh, no. Oops. Defaults. Confirm. Contrast to 0, right? And then dynamic resolution on, render resolution scale 100. Custom should go to ultra. FSR 3 should go to DLSS. Performance quality DLAA. Frame gen should be on. Video long plus boost. Or just on. And then sharpening should be up. Film grain intensity. I don't know, I don't like the film grain intensity and the depth of field. Okay. That's all that stuff. It's good. Game looks better now, but the frames aren't that amazing because I think 4K is a little bit high still for the industry even, kind of. It's insane. You can do it, but it so we're going to go try a different GeForce Now setting.
a gentrified Juneteenth performance. It was done by all black people, but again, the concept is the same as a minstrel show. Black people joking and making fun of their own suffering for white audiences. Stand up! I said get up!
I am going to the State Interstellar Shipcaster.
Warp drive active.
Shipcaster is awesome. Damn it, really? Mining Destroyer to 5. What would this be? It's gonna be like one of these, and I don't know why. Oh wow. Hi, kitty. You want some lap? Oh, sorry, don't fall. You're okay. Yeah, get some lap, kitty. I love my kitty. Oh, my kitty.
First move, we're gonna go hands up, don't shoot. Okay? It's like you're trying to avoid bullets, but you probably won't, okay? You're gonna do a grapevine. I know about grapes. It goes right, right, stomp the net. Is that clear? And then it goes the other way. Left, stomp the net. Block the camera, don't let them see.
Wow. It appears that this client has leaked. Yeah, I think so. Oh, listen to that kitty purr. She's a happy kitty. Oh, that's a purring kitty. Yes, she is.
You're trying to block the lens because we're not trying to get caught up, you know what I'm saying? And then you just, wasn't me. This might be more obviously a derivative from minstrel shows. Again, black performers joking about and singing songs about blackness to a white audience. But black people are not the only ones carrying on the legacy of minstrelsy. No. That's far from the truth. But for some reason, when it's brought up, people act like it's not real. They say it's a stretch. Like the TikToker Icy Wyatt. He got really popular because of his mannerisms, his long nails, and the way he acts. He's in jail right now. But before he was, this is the kind of content that he would make.
Hey y'all, do you want to eat with me? So today I got La Ruelle, and it's this Mexican place that I absolutely love by my house. I got tacos, but you can get basically anything that you get from Chipotle. Hey.
God damn, that was dumb. Oh, listen to the kitty purr. Now, the VSync is off. Oh, except for the lever to use VSync. Okay. I want to see the performance of 1440p now compared to 4K, just to compare. No, this area is just really laggy or something. I don't know what it is. This area is super laggy for whatever reason. Oh, kitty's still purring.
Connecting.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Hey, y'all, do you want to eat with me? What's up, y'all? I got me some Subway. Oh,
When you see that, your first thought might be like, AJ, you don't know where he comes from. Maybe he just talks like that because he grew up around black culture. Well, if he did, then I feel like he would know better than to say things like this.
but the African American people right now, to me, I don't really see much of a culture from you guys. What I see from you guys is y'all gatekeeping shit that y'all don't even know about. That y'all aren't even.
What? Man, the shipcaster is laggy. Why did you separate us, you piece of shit? Because you're a piece of shit. We all know you are. Piece of shit cocksucker software developer. Why did you separate me? What the fuck was this? Why was I so far from the shipcaster? I told you to jump to the shipcaster. Okay, so frames are best in 1440p. The game doesn't look as good as 4K, though. Frames are good. But they're not as good as 4K. I'm sorry. Graphics aren't good enough. So out we go.
Warp drive active.
My frames are 8. Fucking 8. Oh, my cute kitty. Um, I want latency now as opposed to quality. Man, the shipcaster sucked. It like ate all my frames. I'm still not doing so well in the frames for some reason. Something's going on. I don't know what it is. I don't know. Yeah, 4K is best. It looks best. It's running well. Don't remember what it is I'm doing. Oh yeah, Legacy Sand reached the operations center in this thing. I guess I'll sleep for 24 hours. This TV is brighter than my old TV.
Warp drive active.
Educated about.
And I'm gonna say some racist shit right now, but like mac and cheese, fried chicken, and all that was like
Watermelon.
your heritage, like where.
What? White people are foul now.
you came from food.
African American people were.
African American people were. They were set free here.
They were set free here in America. And then people appreciate their culture, and they get fucking like so beat up, like you guys gatekeep and stuff, and you don't want anyone appreciating your culture. But it's like, why did you come here then?
Before I continue, personal example. In my high school, there was this white kid who was adopted by a black family, and he sounded very stereotypically black. Dressed very stereotypically black, but he was white. So people like that do exist. People who were raised around a culture or an accent, and that's just how they sound. But that is not the case for Icy Wyatt. This is his mom, who is running his TikTok right now.
Hey, it's been a while since I've done an Icy Wyatt update. I had received an email from the classification supervisor acknowledging my request for information about the situation that went on inside.
So him talking and acting this way is a choice. And I have seen something online that people feel like what he's doing is minstrelsy. If you think that's a stretch, you're gonna hate these next few examples.
Something that's super obvious in every non-black person that tries to fake a black scent is that they can never decide which black scent they want to fake, and Aquafina is a great example of this. Contrary to popular belief, the phonetics of AAVE differ from region to region, but if you didn't grow up around black people and you're only exposed to AAVE through pop culture and social media, then your attempts to mimic a black scent will sound weird and disjointed and inauthentic. Again, let's look at Aquafina as an example. Listen to how she says right in this clip.
Damn straight, I'm right.
Here it sounds like she's trying to mimic Southern American English. Lowering the vowel sound in the word right so it sounds closer to the one in the word rot isn't super common, but when it does happen, it's usually in the South. So at this point, it may seem like she's trying to sound like a Southerner. But listen to how she pronounces the word can't in this next clip.
Check it. But you can't swerve.
Here she turns this vowel sound, which is found in the word can't, into this vowel sound, which is found in the word ain't. Merging these two vowel sounds, especially before the letter N, is a trait of California English, specifically Bay Area English. I didn't bother watching Crazy Rich Asians because I don't hate myself, but within one compilation of her scenes from one movie, Aquafina managed to mimic two completely separate accents in an attempt to sound black. And the funniest thing is, neither of these accents are the ones that she grew up around. She's from New York.
Or I can stretch it even further. Like, let's say, a commentary YouTuber using a black accent, when reading posts made by black women, even though they don't know how those black women talk.
One sample from the colposcopy that she said she isn't expecting to come back as anything. Should have biopsy results in a week.
I checked, she lived here too. Now she wanna stomp around my house talking about, I'm not working, just pay your bills, and threatening to either move out or quit her job. Girl, be serious.
Because we know all black women have a little twang in their voice, right? How is it that this already grew? I know it's not actually growing, but like, It feels like it is. Now, I'm not trying to cause drama, but as a black person who was raised in Nigerian culture, not necessarily black American culture, I have had to do so much intentional work to learn about the history of black America and learn about how it impacts everyone. So when I'm watching a video for leisure, and I see somebody force or fake a black accent when they don't even actually know how the person that they're mimicking actually talks, it pisses me off, yeah. And again, to me, it's an extension and a remnant of minstrelsy, mimicking blackness to white audiences. Everything I've mentioned thus far is a remnant of minstrelsy. In my opinion, I'm just a commentary YouTuber though. What do I know? What do I know? I'm just a commentary YouTuber. As somebody who is unfortunately an unserious person who likes to chew their food exaggeratedly because I think it's funny, who sometimes mispronounces words on purpose because again, I think it's funny. It sucks that I have to be careful when and where I do this because of the history of comedy in this country. As black people, I feel like often we are forced into being Uncle Toms, into being the happy-go-lucky, goes with anything black person. Or we have to speak out on what we're seeing and deal with the consequences. Being called angry, being told we complain too much. I even recently had an interaction with a young white man about race, and even though it was upsetting, I knew that as a black woman, if I got too angry and go off the handle and told this person how idiotic they actually sounded, then I would become just another angry black woman. Black people who grew up around a lot of white people might agree with what I'm about to say. I unknowingly, for a long time, fit into the Uncle Tom stereotype. Not on purpose. I don't think most people do it on purpose. I just had mostly white friends, grew up watching people like Shane Dawson, and I thought it was funny to force a black accent and play into these stereotypes. Luckily, it did not take me long to grow out of that, because eventually I learned that no amount of proximity to whiteness or white culture makes me white. I'm sure I'm not the only child of an African parent who was told not to be friends with black people, but when I was 16, it was like a flip switched. I started to reflect on how I was treated by friends and the microaggressions and the macroaggressions that I experienced, thinking about how people made it their mission to let me know that they weren't attracted to black people even though I didn't ask. Boys pulling my afro on the bus, classmates yelling the N-word with no repercussions, people asking me what color it is. We like to think that we have come so far, and we have, but just because we have come as far as we have does not mean there's not more to go. You cannot undo hundreds of years of oppression in what, 62 years? 62 years ago is when segregation became illegal. We have people in Congress older than that. And when I was in high school, it was only 50 years ago. So no shit people were racist to me. Segregation had become illegal 50 years ago. Like I said previously, racism has been a fundamental and relevant part of our culture since the foundation. It is a building block of American entertainment. And until people don't feel like they have to make a mockery of themselves in order to succeed, we're cooked. Get some help. Come on, guys. Now, stop the racism. And if you don't see it as racist, you're part of the problem. Womp womp. I know you know better. Blackface? Minstrel shows in 2026? Stop. Stop letting them laugh at you for being black. That's crazy. Because what's so funny about being black, huh? Think about it. Are they laughing at you or with you?
At you.
Do better. In conclusion, I'm black and I'm tired. I hope this video has enlightened you
black
and
and
you
I'm
learned
tired.
something and we can start a conversation below. Again, all my sources are listed below. This is not an American only problem. I might make a full-length video on this later, but other countries like South Korea also have a huge history of blackface. I want to make it clear, there are some people who will in fact take the easier route to fame and fortune and have no problem exploiting the twisted passive entertainment for money. I think you're allowed to make them aware that people are laughing at them, not with them, but at the end of the day ends, and you cannot force people to care. I doubt there's anybody watching this video who did not care before who now cares. That is still something I'm trying to learn to this day, but I wish I had digested sooner, especially when I was a younger activist who cared so much about so many things. You can't force anybody to give a fuck. Some people truly do not care about racism, and you can show them so many studies and data, history, and it doesn't matter to them. All this to say, please do not harass anybody I mentioned in this video because then you are part of the problem. Most people I talk about already get criticism and probably know they're in the wrong, and clearly do not give a fuck. Thank you for watching. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you to my patrons over on Patreon. I finally started editing footage from when my wife and I went to Chicago, and the videos are slowly starting to go up on Patreon. I will put a snippet at the end. Like the video, hype the video. If you want to follow me anywhere else, like Instagram or TikTok, it's at AJ Talks a Lot. Bye.
I really
Babe,
like
how do you
AJ.
feel-
She's becoming my favorite, kind of. She's easy to absorb. Fighting Ebola in Africa. How to get the new ships today. Jay Leno and Told Stories Comedy Origins and tonight. I don't want to fucking glaze Jay Leno. How a drug cocktail made of paper is killing inmates. PBS NewsHour full episode from 6 hours ago. I suppose so. We could start doing PBS NewsHour stuff, yeah.
Good evening, I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. On the NewsHour tonight, negotiations to end the war falter as the U.S. strikes Iranian missile sites. We report from the location of a deadly attack on a school in southern Iran.
The president gets his fourth checkup since returning to the White House, renewing public scrutiny of his health.
And we explore how artificial intelligence and interactive labs are being used to help teach the next generation of nurses.
The students are here in a safe environment where it's okay for them to make their errors, because that's a teachable moment.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions, and friends of the NewsHour, including Kathy and Paul Anderson, and Camilla and George Smith. The Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation, established to create positive outcomes for future generations.
In 1995, two friends set out to make wireless coverage accessible to all. With no long-term contracts, nationwide coverage, and 100% US-based customer support. Consumer Cellular, freedom calls.
And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions.
What they sell is honest, just, consumer cellular. I've heard of them for a long time. I can't believe they're still here. They must have, all the small towns in America.
This program was made possible by the contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome to the NewsHour. Two ceasefires are on shaky ground tonight. Iran says the U.S. has violated its truce after the U.S. carried out what it called self-defense strikes against Iranian missile launch sites and boats. And Israel is escalating its offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Still, U.S. officials insist both ceasefires remain intact, and they await a response from Iran on the latest outlines of a deal to end the war. But at least publicly, Iran is digging in, accusing the U.S. of acting in bad faith, and Iran's Navy claims that dozens of tankers have passed through the Strait of Hormuz since yesterday, only with their permission. William Brangham starts us off.
Across the airwaves in Iran today, state broadcasters promised consequences for recent U.S. strikes that came in the middle of peace negotiations.
The Foreign Ministry, in a statement condemning the ceasefire violation by the U.S. terrorist military, emphasized that the Islamic Republic of Iran will leave no act of aggression unanswered.
And on the streets of Tehran, continued public displays of defiance, like this huge banner depicting President Trump's mouth stitched shut with a ribbon
at the breaking point. Yeah.
Like the Strait of Hormuz, claiming the U.S. had reached, quote, the breaking point. The U.S. military said it carried out so-called self-defense strikes last night against Iranian missile launch sites and boats that were attempting to lay mines in the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. said they were carried out with restraint in light of the weeks-long ceasefire. But some Iranians viewed it as more evidence that the U.S. could not be trusted.
Politicians should not pay any attention to America and their agreements at all, because they really go back on all their agreements.
U.S. officials insist the ceasefire is holding. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told reporters the strikes won't set back the peace talks. But he said the details could take some time.
Like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. It's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
Both Iranian and U.S. officials have cited progress towards an initial deal that would lead to further negotiations, including on the fate of Iran's nuclear program. In what amounted to a potential softening of his position, President Trump wrote on social media last night that Iran's highly enriched uranium would be, quote, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location, with the Atomic Energy Commission, or its equivalent, being witness. That echoes what Iranian officials have told the NewsHour, that they are willing to export their highly enriched uranium to the UN's nuclear watchdog, the IAEA, but not to the US. Still, there has been no public confirmation that Iran is willing to restrict its nuclear program, which it has always claimed is for civilian use only. As part of the latest proposal, there would be an end to all fighting, including in Lebanon. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered more frequent and heavier strikes against Iran-backed Hezbollah militants across Lebanon, despite a U.S.-brokered ceasefire there that remains in name only. Massive strikes overnight leveled entire blocks in southern and eastern Lebanon, killing at least a dozen people. Netanyahu huddled with his top military officials today and later announced that Israeli troops would be pushing further north.
Under my direction, the IDF is operating with large forces on the ground and is seizing controlled areas.
Israeli military officials said their operations will push past the so-called yellow line of demarcation near Lebanon's southern border. Israel has said it will not withdraw until Hezbollah is no longer close enough to pose a threat to its northern villages. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm William Branham.
For a review on the latest developments in the war with Iran, we turn now to John Bolton, former national security advisor in President Trump's first term. During his tenure, the U.S. announced it was withdrawing from the JCPOA, that's the nuclear agreement with Iran negotiated during the Obama administration. Ambassador Bolton, welcome back to the NewsHour. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So you've been saying in recent interviews repeatedly that you do not believe the U.S. should be negotiating with Iran or working towards a deal, that the U.S. needs to use military force to open the Strait of Hormuz. Explain to us what that means, what it would look like.
Well, the Iranians have made palpable what was a potential threat to close the Strait of Hormuz for many years, and people discounted it. We benefited from it from lower oil prices. Now they've closed it and threatened the use of force. I think that their efforts to negotiate a reopening of the strait are simply intended to demonstrate that they do control it and that you have to bargain with them before they'll consent to let Arab oil and other cargoes come out of the Gulf. I think that's a mistake, because if they negotiate an end to the blockade of their own oil and opening the strait to everybody else, I think they'll believe they can turn the Strait of Hormuz on and off like a light switch. And if we're not prepared to use force today, who in the future is going to be prepared to use it? I don't understand why the Gulf Arabs can even contemplate this, but I think we have a larger obligation, because if this precedent is established in the Strait of Hormuz, not only will it have continuing negative economic consequences for the world because of the oil and gas coming from the Gulf, but it will call into question every other international waterway similar to the geography of the Strait of Hormuz, like the Dardanelles and the Bosporus in Turkey, like the Strait of Malacca between Malaya and Malaysia and Indonesia. These are have been deemed for centuries to be international waterways to which ships have a right of free passage. And if that is taken away, this is a much bigger change than just the Strait of Hormuz.
Ambassador, if I may, wouldn't U.S. military action in that way, wouldn't that immediately lead to Iran striking more of America's Gulf allies in the region? These are allies who do not want the war to resume, have reportedly been pushing the Trump administration to try to reach a deal.
Well, we don't know what Iran will do. They're as good as bluffing as the Trump administration is, and he had a plan to open the strait and backed away from it, I think because the Gulf Arabs were not at all sure he would continue to defend them. Look, this is a regime in Tehran that's desperately playing for time. And if we let it up off its back, if we effectively give it control of the strait, and they're able to gain the oil revenues from resuming export of their oil, They will rebuild the Quds Force. They will rebuild the besieged militia. They will rebuild their nuclear program. They will rebuild their missile program. They will rebuild their drone program. They'll repress their own people, and they're threatening the Gulf and the Middle East even more than before.
I want to ask you about the regime in just a moment, but specific to the Strait of Hormuz, we did speak to an expert in maritime traffic who talks to a lot of the shipping companies, and this person maintained that the shipping companies don't trust that the U.S. could keep the strait open, that Iran maintains a lot of low-tech capabilities, they could continue to attack ships. Doesn't take a lot to damage those ships, this person told us. So if the companies don't trust that the strait is safe, what difference does it make?
Well, in the Project Freedom 36 hours while it lasted, Maersk, which is one of the biggest shipping companies in the world, maybe the biggest, had one of their cargo vessels come out. 2 American flag ships went in. American destroyers were attacked and destroyed the attacking Iranian drones and fast boats. I'm not saying it would be easy, but I am saying that if you allow Iran to keep control of this, in effect, whether they're charging quote-unquote environmental tolls or not, we are going to come to regret it in a major way. And so should every other country around the world that depends on freedom of the seas, because that is the fundamental question that Iran is raising here. What had been an international waterway where there was a right of innocent passage, not only for commercial vessels, but even for warships in time of peace. That right of innocent passage is on the way to being history.
I've heard in other interviews you've also been calling for regime change, a full-on regime change in Iran. And I want to point you towards some reporting from the New York Times recently where they talked about the fact that Iran's military remains much stronger than we've heard from President Trump and from this administration. According to one assessment, that they've kept operational access to 30 of its 33 missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz. Why do you think that Iran has proven to be so much more resilient than this administration seemed to expect?
Well, I don't know what the administration expected, and I don't know exactly whether we can judge the accuracy of these reports compared against what the Pentagon has said. But I would say this: the Iranian regime has spent 47 years entrenching itself in power. Think of it as an even bigger version of Hamas, that over the years spent billions of dollars, not for the benefit of the Palestinian residents of Gaza, but to build a fortress of tunnels under the Gaza Strip. That's what the regime in Iran has done. Now, you know, if we were going to go after regime change, I certainly would have done many different things than what the Trump administration has done. And you have to rely on the estimates of your military and intelligence for what you think is necessary, and plan for the contingency that maybe you need to do more. Just because the Iranian regime has proven to be more fanatic and more desperate to keep itself in power than perhaps the Trump White House realized, simply proves the importance of getting rid of this regime before it is able once again to pursue nuclear weapons and international terrorism around the world, with the threat of death and destruction that those programs entail.
That is former National Security Advisor, Ambassador John Bolton, joining us tonight. Good to speak with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The U.S. and Israel's air war with Iran has killed thousands since it started nearly 3 months ago. But few attacks have left a deeper mark than the strike on a school in southern Iran on the war's opening day. More than 150 people were killed when airstrikes hit the school in Minab, most of them children. And there is little dispute that the missiles were American-made. Special correspondent Reza Sayah is the first American television journalist to report from the site, and he sent us this report.
Every night for more than 12 weeks, Asma Mogherini says she sits, prays, and grieves in front of what's left of Alldayerrydaybaby Elementary School.
The sounds of children are still here for me. I can still hear them in my mind. Ever since this happened, my heart has been broken.
For Asma and the people of Minab, the grief and pain of what happened here still feels fresh. The elementary school believed to be hit by
Tesla
a U.S.
negotiator.
Tomahawk missile strike on February 28th, the day U.S. and Israeli forces attacked and started war with Iran. Fazel Ali-Nejad says he was working just a mile away when he heard the booming sounds of missiles hitting Minab.
It was the first explosion, the second, third, fourth explosion. My nephew and I took out our phones and started filming.
This is what he shot. Fazil says he didn't know what was hit. He just raced towards the smoke until he arrived at the school.
The school building had collapsed. There was smoke coming from the windows. For a moment, I asked myself, maybe this is a dream. You're dreaming. Please, let this be a dream. I looked on the ground. Body parts, small body parts, hands, fingers, heads.
This is a satellite image of the two-story elementary school prior to the strike. Authorities here say 2 missiles, fired minutes apart, flattened half the building, burying children inside.
All I did was dig like a madman. My hands and fingernails were bleeding. All I did was dig, just in case. I'm sorry. Just in case we find someone alive.
The Pentagon says what happened here is still under investigation, and the school was inside an active military base.
It's not. That's a lie.
Jafar Karimi lives near the school. He and other residents say the area used to be a military facility, but that was more than a decade ago. The walled area that houses the school has a pharmacy, a cafe, and a cultural center, but no obvious signs of military facilities.
The conclusion is clear. It's a school. America lies. Netanyahu lies. Their Arab allies lie.
Authorities here say among the 168 victims of this airstrike, 120 were students between the ages of 6 and 11. We don't have time to give you all of their names, but we're going to introduce you to some. This young man is Seper Karimi. This young lady, proudly holding up her school certificate, is Motahare Ahmadzadeh. This young lady is Atare Zarei. This young lady is Khadijeh Darvishi. This little man, Mohammad Taha Jafari.
Why do we kill these children,
This young
Trump?
man with the big eyes, Hami Sadeghi.
What do they do to you, Trump?
This young man is Mohammad
What's with you and
Sadegh
children, Trump?
Qurami. This young man is Ali Hafizi. This little man with a big smile is Amir Hossein Jafari. And here's another young lady proudly holding up her school certificate, Hanane Mehdi Khan. These are some of the adult victims, mostly teachers and some parents. Authorities say they recovered remains of every victim except one, Makan Nasiri. But they're not giving up. Every night, volunteers carefully sift through crushed concrete, debris, and shredded pages of notebooks, hoping to find Makan, even parts of him, for a proper burial. This is another one of Minab's heartbreaking nightly rituals. This is the local cemetery here in the city of Minab, and this is where all the victims of the school bombing are buried. Every day at sunset, families of victims come to mourn their loved ones. They sit and pray. They light candles. They celebrate birthdays of loved ones no longer here. This touch is how Abbas Mirani tells his son Arsha he misses him. But he's also honored that, in his view, Arsha is a martyr.
We had to sacrifice this blood for our country, for our people to understand. No American soldier, no European or Western country will ever bring us peace and security. We knew this from the beginning, but when our children were martyred, our people woke up, our nation woke up.
11-year-old Rayhane Mehdi Khan was at the school when the missile hit.
When they hit the school, the entire building shook from side to side. The windows shattered, everything was shaking.
It was only by chance Rayhane was in this section of the building, the section that didn't collapse.
This part of my face was cut open and full of blood. Kids saw there was an opening we could go through, and I followed them. We were on the second floor. We climbed down over the debris until we got to the schoolyard.
Hours later, Rayhane learned that she had lost her little sister, a first grader at the school. Rayhane says she has hate in her heart for what happened to her sister, but not for the American people.
It's just the government that's cruel and dirty.
Yeah.
Most people in America are good. They know.
Yeah, we all know it's the piece of shit leadership. Donald Trump is the actual problem. It's not these kids. It's not us. It's the piece of shit fucking traitor leadership class that steals our money. Hand loading professional advanced urban eagle. Tomorrow we'll switch to my 244 hertz monitors, what I should be playing on anyways. And I'll put my OBS and videos on the big screen.
No, this is not right.
What's right, many here say, is to defend the honor of the children of Skycatlive Elementary School and continue the fight against the United States, the country they blame for what they call a crime they'll never forget or forgive. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Reza Sayah in Minab, Iran.
We start today's other headlines with two developments from the nation's redistricting fight. South Carolina's Senate rejected a push from President Trump to redraw its maps in a way that would have eliminated the state's only majority black district, represented by longtime Democratic Congressman James Clyburn. Some Republican lawmakers argued it was too late to enact new district lines, with early primary voting starting today. And a federal court in Alabama is temporarily blocking a plan that would eliminate one of that state's two majority black districts. For now, Alabama will use the same districts from the 2024 election, though the state's Republican leaders are expected to appeal. In Washington, state authorities say an undisclosed number of people died when a chemical tank imploded earlier today. At least 10 people were injured and others remain missing. Fire officials say that a tank containing a chemical solution that's used in the paper-making process ruptured at the Nippon Dynawave Packaging Company. Authorities say some victims had suffered burns or inhalation injuries, but there is no immediate threat to the public. Meantime, in California, emergency officials have lifted an evacuation order for thousands of people who live near a damaged chemical tank. They say temperatures have fallen enough to eliminate the risk of a major explosion, but they warn there's still a chance for a smaller blast or a fire. As a result of the decreased threat, authorities reduced the evacuation zone in the city of Garden Grove, saying it's safe for about 2/3 of the affected residents there to return home.
I want to reassure everyone who is outside of the new evacuation zone that when you go home, you can feel safe. There was no contamination. There were no fumes. There were no vapors that came from this incident. There was no leak.
Despite the signs of progress, around 16,000 people are still not allowed to go home. Officials say they'll keep monitoring the air and checking the sewer and storm drains in the coming months for any sign of contamination. Well, there was a flurry of activity from the U.S. Supreme Court today. While there were no major rulings, the justices decided the fate of a handful of cases, including Florida's attempt to sue California and Washington state over commercial licenses for drivers who don't speak English and who entered the U.S. illegally. The justices rejected the long shot bid, which stems from a crash in Florida last year that killed 3 people. They also sided with the Trump administration in a free speech case involving immigration judges and how they get approval for public speaking engagements. They refused to intervene in a discrimination lawsuit brought by former Miami Dolphins head coach Brian Flores against the NFL. And they declined to hear a bid by Meta to block a Vermont lawsuit accusing the tech company of harming young users. In Western Europe, an early heat wave is shattering records and raising health concerns for millions across the region. For a second day in a row, the UK broke a century-old heat record for May, with temperatures topping 95 degrees Fahrenheit near London. Meantime, firefighters in Scotland have been battling a wildfire near Edinburgh. British authorities say at least 4 people have died in drownings that may be connected to the heat. Similar fatalities have been reported in France, which also broke its heat record for May on Monday. Health officials there are warning people to take the heat seriously.
You need to protect yourself from these heat waves, even if we're starting to get used to them. Check on vulnerable people around you who might be less likely to think about drinking water. It's a kind of general solidarity needed with this heat wave underway.
The unseasonal heat extends to the south as well, with tourists and locals braving high temperatures today in Rome, among other places. The heat there is expected to peak tomorrow before starting to cool off. On Wall Street today, stocks ended mixed following the long holiday weekend. The Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped more than 100 points, but the Nasdaq surged around 300 points, or more than 1%. The S&P 500 also posted a solid gain. And Clarence B. Jones has died. He was a lawyer and organizer during the civil rights movement of the 1960s, and a close personal friend of Martin Luther King Jr.
That's Oliver Wendell Jones's brother, right?
Jones behind Dr. King in 1963. Jones helped plan the
no.
March on
I think of
Washington
Oliver
that same
Wendell
year
Holmes,
and drafted
Holmes,
parts
not
of the
Jones.
famous I Have a Dream speech. In the first few paragraphs, Jones wrote that the Constitution and Declaration of Independence were a promissory note for future generations to cash in, words then delivered by Dr. King.
This note was a promise that all men, yes, black men as well as white men, would be guaranteed the unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Jones was the unsung hero behind a number of landmark civil rights events, which included a pivotal role in sneaking out Dr. King's notes that later became his letter from Birmingham jail. More than a half a century later, in 2024, Jones received the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Clarence B. Jones was 95 years old. Still to come on the NewsHour, health workers in Central Africa struggle to slow the Ebola outbreak as officials warn it's outpacing containment efforts. Historian John Meacham joins the NewsHour podcast to reflect on 250 years of the United States. And we look back at the remarkable life of the late jazz legend, Sonny Rollins.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
President Trump's health is under renewed scrutiny this evening as his more frequent than usual screenings seem
That's all I had to do is be like, I'm a criminal, I'll kill you.
odds with his own proclamations of being in exceptional health. This morning, he got his fourth publicly announced exam of his second administration. Our White House correspondent Liz Landers is here with what we know and what we don't know about the health of the president. So Liz, tell us about today's visit. What do we know?
The president was at Walter Reed Medical Facility for about 3.5 hours. He was also there apparently.
Wait, what? Now, what happened here?
Announced exam of his second
never mind,
administration.
it's an exam.
Our White House correspondent Liz Landers is here with
that's
what we
fine,
know and what we don't know about the health of the president. So Liz, tell us about today's visit. What do we know?
The president was at Walter Reed Medical Facility for about 3.5 hours. He was also there apparently according to the schedule to meet with troops and to speak with them as well. But this is the third medical checkup that he's had in about 13 months. He's also had a dental checkup a few weeks ago in
That's a lot less than me.
Florida. This is the oldest president to ever be inaugurated, but listening to the president and his aides, he's constantly touting his vitality and his health. He said on Truth Social after his visit that he finished his 6-month physical and that everything checked out perfectly. We have reached out to the White House to ask for a more detailed readout of what tests were done, what happened while he was there today.
Nice.
White House officials said that they are still working on it. We have not gotten that yet. But I did speak earlier today with former White House physician Dr. Jeffrey Kuhlman. He wrote a book on serving presidents. He served under Clinton, Bush, and President Obama. And he said that most 80-year-olds go to the doctor frequently. President Trump is almost 80. So he said that this is likely related to his age and not necessarily to his position as the president. He also explained that a visit to Walter Reed is usually for more advanced medical checkups like a colonoscopy, an MRI, a CAT scan, things that you cannot do at the doctor's office.